bowlers, hold up on your practice. Hold up on your practice. Just a reminder, parents, you are not allowed to converse with the bowlers whatsoever. No communication between the bowlers and the parents whatsoever. All right, bowlers, your arrows are up. You may begin. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, welcome bowling fans. It's a long time coming, but we've got the girls sectional coming to you from River City Bowlaway here in Napoleon, Ohio. So originally this was supposed to kick off Thursday at 10 o'clock. Due to the inclement weather, it got pushed back to today, and it got pushed back another 2 hours due to some road conditions. One of the teams was a little late in arriving, so we're getting started about 10 or 15 minutes behind schedule. But we'll run down the teams here for you. On lane 3, we've got Brian. Lane 4, we've got our own Napoleon Wildcats. Lane 5 is Liberty Center. Lane 6 is Wasion. Lane 7 is Patrick Henry. And lane 8 is Tenora. Then on the other end of the house is Delta on lane 17, Rossford on lane 18, Swanton on lane 19, Ottawa Glandorf on lane 20, and Evergreen on lane 21. And both Swanton and Evergreen do not have full teams this year. So all right, Brian up on lane number 3, and she starts out with 9, leaving a 7-pin. Brenna picked up 9 on her first ball on lane 4. Left the 4-pin, picked up the spare. Nicely done. Brian now with the spare attempt down on lane 3. And she picks that up. We've got Alexa Miller coming to the line now for Napoleon. Liberty Center just picked up a spare on lane 5. And Alexa starts out with 9, leaves the 7-pin. 9 count for Brian, left 10-pin on lane 3. Liberty Center goes high, but it carries for the strike. Spare attempt now from Brian on lane number 3. And she picks that up. So if I can get somebody to give me a shout out in chat, let me know you guys can hear me and the picture and everything looks okay. I'd appreciate it. Brian with a strike on lane number 3. Alexa up now for her spare attempt on lane 4 for Napoleon. And she picks that up. So a couple of spares for the Lady Cats to start things out. Today's match will consist of 3 individual games, followed by 6 Baker games. There'll be a short intermission between the individuals and the Baker games for lunch. And then Total Pinfall will take the match. Top 4 teams will advance on to the districts, being held at Interstate Lanes this year. I believe for the girls it's on Friday, the boys are on Thursday. I may have that flipped around. I think that's right though. Spare attempt picked up by Brian over on lane 3. Avery Badenhop, one of our seniors, got 9 on her first ball, left a 10-pin. And she misses the spare attempt. Liberty Center puts up a couple of strikes. Their second, third, and fourth bowlers all struck on lane number 5. Liberty Center picks up 6 to start. And Kendall Horner with a strike for lane 4. Liberty Center picks up 2 more on lane number 5. Ariana Kiesling starts out with 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane number 4. Brenna picks up 8 on lane number 3. Looks like the 2-4 left. So we do have the cameras. They're going to be focused on Napoleon. I know you'd probably like to see more of the action, but the cameras are going to be fixed on Napoleon. Ariana Kiesling, spare attempt. And she missed her spare attempt. Brenna picks up her spare over on lane number 3. And Brian picks up a strike on lane number 4. And a strike for Alexa down on lane number 3. Brian now, lane number 4. And they pick up 9, leaving a 10 pin. Avery up now for Napoleon on lane 3. And Avery with a strike on lane 3. Brian misses their spare attempt on lane 4. Kendall Horner up now, lane 3 for Napoleon. And she gets 9, leaves a 4 pin. Wasion now on lane 5, picks up a couple. Looks like 4. That was her second ball. Strike for Brian on lane number 4. Kendall now spare attempt, lane 3. And she picks it up. Nice spare for her. Brian gets 9 on lane number 4. Wasion up now on lane number 5. That one goes left target, picks up a couple. And a strike, that was for Ariana Kiesling on lane number 3 for Napoleon. And Brian picks up their spare on lane number 4. Wasion now spare attempt on lane 5. Picks up a few more for a total of 7. Brian now up on lane number 4. Comes in a little light, leaves the 2-8, pickup of 8. Wasion picks up 7 on their first ball on lane 5, leaving the 1-2-4. Brian up now on lane number 3. And a strike for the Brian bowler. Wasion, spare attempt, picks that up on lane 5. Brenna up now for Napoleon, lane number 4. And she picks up 8. Looks like the 6-10. Another strike for Brian down on lane number 3. Wasion with a nice ball for a strike there on lane 5. Brian picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 3. Brenna now spare attempt, lane 4, and misses. So an 8 count for her in the 3rd frame. Liberty Center back up on lane number 5 now. And she comes in late to the pocket and misses the pocket, leaves the 1-2-4, pick up a 7. Brian missed their spare attempt. Alexa up now for Napoleon on lane number 4. And a nice ball from Alexa for a strike. That's a double up for her. Brian with a strike down on lane number 3. Liberty Center cleans up their spare on lane 5. Avery up now for Napoleon, lane 4. Nice ball from Avery. Another strike for her. That's a double up for her. Strikes coming in the 2nd and 3rd frames. Liberty Center, a little high on that one. Picks up 9, leaves the 4 pin. That on lane 5. Kendall Horner now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. And a strike for Kendall. Brian up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Brian. Ariana Kiesling now. And Ari picks up 9 on her first ball, leaves a 10 pin. Liberty Center, spare attempt on lane 5, picked up. Brenna now, lane 3 for Napoleon. And Brenna gets 9, looks like a 2 pin left. Ariana Kiesling picks up her spare on lane number 4. Nicely done. Liberty Center now, lane number 5. Picks up 9, leaves a 4 pin. Brenna picks up her spare over on lane 3 for Napoleon. Brian with a strike on lane number 4. Alexa Miller back up for Napoleon, lane 3. And another strike for Alexa, 3 in a row now. And 3 out of the first 4. Another strike for Brian down on lane 4. Liberty Center picks up the spare. That was on lane 5. Avery picks up 7. Looks like the 3-6-9. Brian carries a high flush strike on lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaves the 7 pin on lane 5. Avery now spare attempt on lane 3. And she picks it up. Brian with another strike on lane 4. Spare attempt from Liberty Center on lane 5. Got it. Kendall Horner with a strike for Napoleon. That's a double up for her, and she's got 3 out of the first 4. Ariana Kiesling. And Ari gets all 10 to fall for the strike. Liberty Center now, lane number 5. Nice ball from her for a strike. That'll bring up Brian on lane 4. And a strike for Brian. All right, Wasion up now on lane number 5. And she gets 9, leaves a 10 pin, a strike for Brian on lane 3. Brenna up, lane number 4, picks up 7, leaves the 1-3-9. Wasion picks up their spare on lane 5. Brenna now, spare attempt for Napoleon. And she picks up 2 out of the 3. Brian picks up their spare on lane number 3. Wasion now, lane number 5. That one swung out way wide, doesn't get back to the head pin. Pickup of 4. Alexa now. And Alexa can't quite kick out the 10 pin, pickup of 9. All 10 fall for Brian for the strike on lane number 3. Wasion, spare attempt, lane 5. Picks up a few more, so a total of 7 for the frame. Brian picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Alexa converts her spare. So we're about midway through game number 1. There'll be 3 individual games, a short break, and then followed by 6 bakers. Brian picks up their spare on lane number 3. Avery up now for Napoleon. Avery goes a little high, picks up 8, leaves the 4-7. Wasion now, lane number 5. And she picks up 6. Brian with a strike down on lane 3. Avery spare attempt, and that one she pulled, so she won't get any additional. So an 8 count for Avery in the 5th frame. Wasion spare attempt now, lane number 5. And she picks up, looks like 4 more for a total of 9. All right, Kendall's up now, lane 4. Oh, good looking ball, but it split on her. Left the 7-9, it looks like. Couldn't quite see where that ball exited the rack, but it looked like a good pocket hit. And Wasion gets unlucky too, leaving the 7-10 split on lane number 5. Kendall now, spare attempt. And she picks up 1 of 2, so an open frame 9 count in the 5th. She's sitting at 96 right now. Avery with an open in the 5th, sitting at 82. Wasion won't convert any or pick up any more pins, so an 8 count for them. Airy gets 9. Looks like a 2-pin left. Brenna picks up 7, leaves the 2, 4, and 7. Wasion now, lane number 5, and a strike for them. Airy now, spare attempt on lane 4, got it. Brenna now, her spare attempt coming up on lane 3. And misses all 3, so 7 count for her. She's sitting at 77 in the 6th. Brian picks up 8, leaving the 6-10 on lane number 4. Alexa back up for Napoleon. 6 count for Liberty Center on lane 5. And Alexa picks up 9, looks like a 9-pin left. Had a pin roll in front of it, but didn't quite pick it up. Brian converts their spare on lane number 4. All right. Kendall picks up her spare. Brian now, lane number 4. Brian picks up the strike. Ariana Kiesling, lane number 3. And a strike for Ari. Brian up now, lane number 4. And Brian with another strike. That's now 4 in a row for that bowler. Brian picking up 9 on lane number 3. Brenna up on lane 4. And a strike for Brenna. Strike also for the Liberty Center bowler on lane 5 just a moment ago. All right, Alexa up now, lane number 4. And that's a Brooklyn strike for Alexa. Brian picks up 7 on their first ball, leaves the 3-6-10. Wasion, second ball, lane number 5. And she picks up a few more, total of 4 for the frame. Avery up now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. And Avery gets all 10 to fall for the strike. So the Lady Cats 3 strikes in the 7th so far in the first 3 bowlers. Wasion picks up 5 on lane 5. A strike for Brian down on lane 3. Kendall up now for Napoleon on lane 4. And a strike for Kendall. Brian now, lane 3. And a strike for Brian. Ari up now, lane 4 for Napoleon. And a strike for Ari. So 5 all strikes for the Lady Cats in the 7th frame of this first game. Wasion now, lane number 5. And 9 count for her, leaving the 7 pin behind. Brian with another strike. That's her 5th bowler. She's got 5 in a row now. And 6 total out of 7 frames. 6 count for Brian on lane number 4. Leaving the 3, 6, 8, and 10 it looks like. Or it might be the 3, 5, 6, 10. I'm not quite sure. Brenna picks up 9 on lane 3 for Napoleon, leaving a 7 pin. Brian picks up 3 out of 4 on lane 4. So she's sitting at 172 in the 8th with an open. Brenna picks up her spare on lane 3 for Napoleon. Brian with a strike on lane number 4. Alexa now, lane 3. And a strike for Alexa. Double up for her. Strikes in the 7th and 8th frames. Wasion, spare attempt, trying to convert the 2-7. Picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 5. Brian on lane 4. Picks up 7. Looks like the 4-5-7 maybe. Avery picks up 8, leaving the 4-7. Avery now, spare attempt, lane 3. And she's got it. Brian, spare attempt, lane 4. Picks up 1 out of the 3. So I believe she's sitting at 162 in the 8th. Brian now, lane number 4. Picks up 9, leaves a 4-pin. That'll bring up Kendall for Napoleon on lane 3. And a 9 count for Kendall, leaving a 7-pin. And Brian misses their spare opportunity on lane 4. And Kendall misses her spare opportunity. All right, Kendall is sitting at 144 in the 8th. Ariana Kiesling with a strike there a moment ago. That's 3 in a row now for her. That was on lane 3. Brian comes in light, picks up 7. Brian now, spare attempt on lane 4. Nice pickup there. Brian's first bowler back up on lane 3. And Liberty Center converts to spare the hard way on lane 5. Strike for Brian on lane 3. Brenna up now on lane 4 for Napoleon. And she picks up 7, leaving 3-5-6. Brian with a strike down on lane number 3. That's a double for her. Strikes in the 8th and 9th. Liberty Center now up on lane number 5. And That one split on her. Pickup of 8. Brian leaving the 310 on lane 3. Brenna picks up 2 out of 3. Looks like she's got 123 in the 9th with an open. Nice pickup from Brian, converting the 310 on lane 3. Alexa now, lane number 4. And a strike for Alexa. That's 3 in a row for her. Strikes in the 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. Strike for Brian over on lane number 3. Liberty Center trying to pick up at least 1, and that's what she does on lane 5. Avery now up for Napoleon, lane 4. And Avery with a nice ball for a strike there. So strike in the 9th for Avery. Liberty Center now, lane number 5. Nice ball for her. All 10 go down for the strike. Brian now, lane number 3. And a strike for Brian. Kendall now, lane number 4, Napoleon. And a strike for Kendall. Brenna up, 10th frame, lane number 3. Picks up 6, leaves the 3, 5, 6, and 9. Liberty Center now, lane number 5. Gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Airy up, lane 4. And Airy with a strike. That's now 4 in a row for Ariana Kiesling. Brenna, spare attempt, picks up 2. So she'll finish with .131 for Brenna. Alexa now, lane number 3. And she picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Liberty Center now, spare attempt on lane 5, and she misses. Brian picks up 8, leaving the 4-7 on lane 4. Alexa now, spare attempt. And Alexa misses her spare opportunity. And Alexa ends up with a .225 for Alexa Miller. Brian missed their spare opportunity. So Brian's first bowler finishes with, it looks like, a .216. Brian strikes on lane 4. Avery up now, lane number 3. And Avery picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Brian with a strike on lane number 4. And Avery misses her spare opportunity. And she finishes with a 168, or no, I'm sorry, 188. And Brian, 3 strikes in the 10th. Looks like finishes at 204. Kendall Horner with a strike to start things out. Wasion picks up their spare in lane 5. Brian picks up 9, leaving a 5 pin. That's their 3rd bowler, starting out the 10th frame. Kendall now, 2nd ball, 10th frame. Another strike for Kendall. So she's got 2 in the 10th and 3 in a row, going back to the 9th frame. Spare attempt now from Brian on lane 4. She's got it. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. Kendall, a strike for her last ball in the 10th. So 3 in the 10th. And she finishes with 204. Last ball for Brian, lane 4 for the 3rd bowler. Picks up 6 more. Looks like a 187 maybe. Mary picks up 9 on her first ball. Can't get the 10 to kick out. Brian now up lane 4. And a strike to start the 10th frame. Mary, spare attempt. Picks it up. Wasion picks up 9, leaves a 7 pin. Brian goes high and splits on her 2nd ball in the 10th frame. Pickup of 7. Ari, last ball, 10th frame, and picks up the strike. And I'm trying to make out what she's got. Ariana Kiesling ends up with a 218. So 966 is a team total for Napoleon. Brian's last bowler up now, lane number 4. And she starts out with a strike. Patrick Henry on lane 7 picks up 1 out of the 2. Tenora starts out with 8, but splits. Brian with a strike Second ball in the 10th frame. Liberty Center gets 9 on lane 6. Patrick Henry picks up 9, leaves a 2-pin on lane 7. Liberty Center picks up the spare on lane number 6. Tenora, nice spare conversion on lane 8 there, picks up the split. Looked like the 6-7 she picked up, slid that 6 all the way over into the 7. Patrick Henry picked up the spare on lane number 7. Nine count for Tenora on lane number 8, leaving a 3-pin. Wasion picks up, looks like 5 on lane 6, leaving the 1, 2, 4, 7, and 9. Looks like a 9 count for Liberty Center on lane number 5. Spare attempt from Tenora on lane 8. Got it. Wasion, spare attempt now, lane number 6. Won't get any more. Tenora down on lane number 8, gets the strike. Liberty Center converts their spare on lane 6. I'm sorry, lane 5. Patrick Henry now, spare attempt on lane 7, and she picks that up. Nine count for Wasion on lane 6, leaving a 7-pin. Another strike for Tenora down on lane number 8. Patrick Henry, lane number 7, picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. Six count for Liberty Center, leaving a 1, 2, 4, and 10. And another strike for Tenora. That's 3 in a row now. Patrick Henry now, spare attempt. And she missed that opportunity. Patrick Henry picks up 9 on their first ball, leaving the 6-pin. That was on lane 8. Patrick Henry also bowling on lane 7. Comes in a little light, pick up 7, leaving the 1, 2, 4. Liberty Center, lane 5. Looks like 8, leaving the 6-10. Wasion, I believe this is her second ball, lane 6. And she picks up 8 that time. Patrick Henry converts the spare, lane number 7. Wasion with a split on lane 6, leaving the, I can't tell what that is. maybe the 4-7 something. Strike for Tenora on lane number 7. Another nice ball from Patrick Henry. Picks up 9, leaves a 7-pin. Wasion picks up 2 out of 3 on lane 6. Liberty Center now, lane number 5. And a strike for her. Spare conversion from Patrick Henry on lane number 8. Wasion picks up 9, leaves the 6-pin. Tenora now, lane number 7. And she gets 9. Strike for Patrick Henry down on lane number 8. Wasion, spare attempt on lane number 6. And she picks that up. Patrick Henry up now on lane number 8. And a strike for Patrick Henry. Tenora, spare attempt. And she can't convert. Tenora now, lane number 7. And a strike for Tenora. Liberty Center up, lane number 6. Looks like a pickup of 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaves the 10-pin. Tenora, another strike. That's now 2 in the 10th for her. Liberty Center, spare attempt, picks up 1 out of the 3. Patrick Henry, spare attempt, picked up. Tenora now, last ball, 10th frame. And another strike, so 3 strikes for that Tenora bowler. She finishes with 161. Liberty Center picks up 9 on lane number 6. Wasion now, spare attempt on lane 5. And she picks that up. So she'll get 1 more in the 10th. Tenora picks up 8 on lane 7, leaving the 1-3. Liberty Center won't convert the spare on lane 6. Second ball for Patrick Henry on lane 8, picks up 6. Wasion picks up 8 on her last ball of the 10th frame. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane 8. Spare attempt from Tenora on lane number 7. And she picks that up. 9 count for Wasion down on lane 5 a moment ago. Liberty Center up now, lane number 6. And a strike for Liberty Center. Nora picks up, looks like 6 more. She finishes with a 154. Patrick Henry picks up 1 out of 3. Liberty Center with a strike on lane 6. That's 2 in the 10th for her. Tenora picks up 7 on lane 7, leaving the 1-2-4. Wasion gets 9 on her final ball, leaves the 7 pin. Tenora, spare attempt. Picks up 2 out of 3. Looks like she finished up with a 162. Or 152, I'm sorry, 152. And a split for Liberty Center on her last ball. Looks like she finished with a 156. Tenora picks up 9 on her first ball in the 10th. Leaves a 7 pin. Wasion with a strike. Nine count for Liberty Center, leaving a 10 pin on lane 6. Spare attempt from Tenora on lane 7. And she won't get that. Liberty Center, spare attempt, lane number 6. She's got it. So she'll get 1 more. So let's see. For Wasion, it looks like 121, 119, 94, 147. For Liberty Center, the first 4 bowlers, 126, 135, 156, 177. And they just wiped the scores for the Patrick Henry and Tenora teams. So we'll get those when we get the scoring recaps here. Liberty Center, 10th frame. Starts out with 9, leaves the 10 pin. Two strikes for Wasion in the 10th frame. Spare attempt from Liberty Center. And that won't hold on, so she ends up with a 172. Last ball, Wasion picks up 9 more. So it looks like a 214. maybe a yeah, 2:14 for Wasion's last bowler. So the girls will switch lanes here. So Napoleon Bryan will go to 5 and 6. Tenor and Patrick Henry will come down to 3 and 4. And then Liberty Center and Wasion will move up to 7 and 8. As soon as we get the final scores, we'll get those tabulated, and we'll do a breakdown on the top 4 teams. Well, we'll do a rundown of all the teams and where they stand after the first round. So Brian's team total was 1074 for game 1. And Brian starts out with a strike on lane number 6. Got Macy Eicher in there, and she starts out with a split. Leaves the 4-7-10. Patrick Henry starts out with a strike on lane 4. I'm sorry, I thought Brian started out with a strike. They start out with 9. There was a 7 pin, and she missed the spare. Macy picks up 2 out of the 3. Liberty Center misses their spare attempt down on lane number 8. 8 count for Patrick Henry on lane 4. So we've got Alexa up on lane number 5. And she splits, leaving the 6-7-10. Brian's picked up 8 on their first ball and picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 6. Patrick Henry misses their spare opportunity on lane number 4. Alexa now, spare attempt, trying to pick up at least 2 here. And that's what she does. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of 4 down on lane number 8. 9 count for Brian on lane number 6. Avery up now, lane 5 for Napoleon. And a strike for Avery. All right, quick rundown after the first round. Brian with 1074 is in the lead. Napoleon 966 is in second. Liberty Center 766 is in third. Patrick Henry in fourth with 714. Wasion 695 in fifth. Tenora 689 in sixth. Delta in seventh 677. Ottawa Glandorf 578. Rossford in ninth with 545. And Swanton with 381 is in 10th. Brian picks up their spare on lane number 6. Brian picks up 9 on lane 5, leaving a 10-pin. Wasion missed their spare opportunity on lane 7. Macy Eicher up now for Napoleon. She picks up 8 more on her first ball. Spare attempt from Brian on lane 5. Hangs on, picks it up. Wasion picks up the spare down on lane number 8. Liberty Center gets 9 of them to fall, leaves the 4-pin on lane 7. Brian with a strike on lane number 5. Macy picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 6. Brian up now, lane number 5. Comes in a little light, picks up 6. Liberty Center picks up their spare, lane 7. Alexa up now for Napoleon, lane 6. And she picks up 8, leaves the 2-5. Brian now spare attempt, lane number 5. Picks it up. Liberty Center picks up 7, leaving the 2-4-5 on lane 7. Alexa picks up her spare on lane 6. Liberty Center now, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3. Wasion picking up 7 down on lane number 8. Brian picking up a strike. Avery now, lane number 6. She picks up 9, leaves a 7 pin. Wasion with a strike down on lane number 8. Avery spare attempt. Looks like she got it. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaves the 2-7 on lane 7. This looks like Kendall up. Lane number 6. Kendall with a strike for the Lady Cats. Liberty Center. Looks like she had 3 of them down there. Picked out 2 out of the 3. Wasion picks up their spare in lane 8. And a strike for Macy on lane number 5. Looks like we finally got pins on lane number 6. Aries up and ready to go. And 9 for her, leaving a 4 pin. Strike for Wasion down on lane number 8. Spare attempt, Liberty Center. Picks up 1 of 2. Alexa with a strike on lane number 5 for the Lady Cats. Ariana picks up the spare on lane number 6. Avery got 8 on her first ball. Looks like the 3-6 left. Strike for Liberty Center on lane number 7. Looks like a 9 count for Brian, leaving a 4 pin. Avery didn't pick up any additional, so a 7 count for her. Wasion with a strike on lane number 7. Ryan picks up the spare. Kendall with a strike for Napoleon on lane number 5. Liberty Center picks up 7, leaving the 2-4-5 on lane 8. Brian gets 8. on lane number 6. 8 also for Wasion on lane number 7. Ariana Kiesling picks up 9. Spare attempt, Wasion, lane 7, converted. Brian's spare conversion also got hers. Ari now, her spare conversion on lane 5, and she's got it. Wasion picks up 7 on lane 7, leaving a 6, 9, 10. 9 count for Brian on lane 6, leaving a 10 pin. Liberty Center with a strike a moment ago on lane number 8. Wasion won't convert anymore, so a 7 count for her. Brian picks up their spare on lane number 6. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaving the 1-3 on lane 8. Wasion picking up 6. Brian picking up 7, leaving the 3, 6, 10. Liberty Center now, spare attempt on lane 8. Picks up 1 out of 2. Wasion, spare attempt, lane 7. Picks up 2 out of 3. I'm sorry, 3 out of 4. Strike for Liberty Center down on lane number 8. Brian now, spare attempt. Lane number 6. Nice pickup. Wasion on lane number 8 picks up 8, leaving the 6-10. Brian picks up 8 on lane 6, leaving the, looks like the 2-5. Wasion with a strike on lane number 7. Brian up now on lane number 5. Picks up 5. Wasion picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 8. Brian converts their spare on lane 6. Liberty Center up now, lane 7. And picks up 7, leaving the 4, 5, and 7, it looks like. Brian now spare attempt, lane 6. I'm sorry, lane 5, and she converts. Macy Eicher up now, lane number 6 for the Lady Cats. Comes in a little bit light to the pocket, leaves the 2-5, a pickup of 8. Liberty Center, spare attempt here on lane 7. Picks up 1 out of the 3. Brian got 9 on lane 5. Wasion got 1 more for a total of 6 on lane 8. Spare attempt now from Macy. She's got it. Brian, spare attempt. Picks it up. 9 count for Wasion on lane 8, leaving a 7-pin. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaving a 6-10. Alexa up now for Napoleon, lane number 6. And Alexa gets all 10 to fall for the strike. A double up for her. Brian gets 9, leaves a 7-pin on lane 5. Wasion picks up their spare on lane number 8. Avery up now, lane 6. And a strike for Avery. Bryant picks up their spare on lane number 5. Wasion gets a strike down on lane 8. Brian getting a strike on lane 5. Liberty Center picking up, looks like 8. Nope, 7 on lane 7. 9 count for Kendall, leaving the 7-pin on lane 6. Wasion with a strike on lane number 8. That's 3 in a row now for her. Nice conversion on lane 7 for Liberty Center. Brian with a strike on lane number 5. Kendall now spare attempt. And she gets it on lane 6. Liberty Center picking up 8 on lane 7. 9 count for Liberty Center on lane number 8, leaving a 10-pin. Ariana up now for Napoleon, lane number 6, and she crushes the rack for a strike. Macy up now, lane 5 for Napoleon. Liberty Center converts their spare down on lane 8. Macy gets 8, leaving the 2-8. Liberty Center converts their spare on lane number 7 as well. Brian picking up, looks like 7, nope, 6 on lane number 6. Macy, nice spare conversion there. Brian picking up their spare conversion, lane number 6. Liberty Center, lane 7, picks up 9, leaves the 8-pin. Alexa picks up 8, looks like a 6-10 left. Brian now up, lane number 6, and they get 8, leaving the 4-7 on lane 6. Missed spare opportunity by Liberty Center on lane 7. Alexa now, spare attempt on lane 5. Picks it up. Brian, spare opportunity on lane 6. Picks up 1 out of 2. Liberty Center picking up 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Avery Badenhop up now, lane 5 for Napoleon. And a strike for Avery. That's a double up for her. Wasion got 7 on lane 7. Leaves the 1-2-4. Brian with a strike just a moment ago on lane 6. Kendall up now, lane number 5. And 9 count for Kendall, leaving a 7-pin. 9 count for Brian, leaving a 3-pin. Wasion 6 on her first ball in lane 7. Spare attempt upcoming. Kendall picks up her spare. Wasion converts. Liberty Center with a strike down on lane number 8. Brian picks up the spare on lane 6. Wasion with 6 on lane 7. Ariana Kiesling picks up 8 but splits. Looks like maybe the 210 or the 410. Brian with a strike on lane number 6. Spare attempt from Ariana. Picks up 1 out of the 2. So she's sitting at, looks like 87 in the 5th frame. Brian with a strike, down on lane number 5. 9 count for Wasion on lane 7. And a strike for Macy. Coming on lane number 6. Brian with a strike on lane number 5. Brian on lane 5, picking up 9. Wasion picks up the spare on lane 7. Alexa with a strike. That coming on lane number 6. Wasion now, lane number 7. And that split on her. Left the 4, 6, 7, 10. Brian picked up their spare on lane 5. Avery up now, lane number 6. Nice ball from Avery. That's now 3 in a row for her. Brian getting 8, leaving the 6-10 on lane 5. 9 count for Wasion on lane 8, leaving a 4-pin. Wasion trying to pick up at least 2 here on lane 7, but won't get any more, so 6 count total. Kendall with a strike on lane number 6. Wasion picks up their spare on lane number 8. Brian picks up their spare on lane 5. Ariana now, lane 6. And a strike for Ari. So all the Lady Cat bowlers with strikes in the 6th frame of the 2nd individual game. Wasion splitting on lane number 7, leaving the 4, 6, 7, 10. Wasion picking up 8, leaving the 1, 3 on lane 8. Brian up now, lane number 5. And a strike for the Brian bowler. That's 3 in a row now for her. Brian up on lane 6 as well. Gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Wasion picks up their spare on lane 8. Macy now, lane number 5 for Napoleon. Macy comes in light, missed the head pin. Pick up a, looks like 6, maybe the 1, 2, 8, 10. Brian missed the 10 pin on lane 6. Liberty Center now, lane number 7. And she picks up 6, leaving the washout, the 1, 2, 4, 10. Brian with a strike on lane 6. Kendall, spare attempt. Picks up all but 1. Or I'm sorry, that was Macy, not Kendall. Macy. Should know that. One's right-hander, one's left-hander. All right, Alexa up now. Brian gets all 10 to fall on lane 6 for the strike. Kendall lets, or I'm sorry, Alexa lets that one go. And a strike for Alexa. So that's a double up for her. Liberty Center gets all but 1. I'm sorry, all but 2. She had an 8 count in that frame. Brian picks up 8, leaving the 3-10. Avery up now, lane number 5. And a Brooklyn strike for Avery. That's now 4 in a row for her. Wasion now, lane number 8. Gets 8 of them to fall, leaves the 4-7. Nice pickup by Brian, picking up the 3-10 on lane 6. And a strike for Kendall. That's a double up for her. Wasion, spare attempt on lane 8, picked it up. Ari up now, lane number 5. Ah, strike for Ariana. That's a double up for her. So in frame number 7, we have 4 of the Lady Cats continuing on the strike train. Brian gets 9, leaving a 5 pin on lane 6. Brian up on lane 5 as well, also getting 9, this time leaving a 3 pin. strike for Liberty Center just a moment ago on lane 7. Liberty Center up lane number 7. Gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. Brian's spare attempt on lane 5. Got it. Brian also with a spare attempt on lane 6. And also got it. And a spare attempt for Liberty Center on lane 7. And she's also got it. Strike for Brian on lane number 5. That's 3 in a row for her. Liberty Center picks up 6. Macy up now, lane number 6. Tries to get the 7 pin to drop, but it won't go down. So a pickup of 9 on her first ball. Nine count for Brian on lane number 5. Also looks like a 7 pin down there. Liberty Center spare attempt on lane 8 picked up. Liberty Center also with a spare attempt on lane 7. And she picks up 1 out of the 4. Brian picks up their spare on lane 5. Macy now spare attempt, and she misses, sitting at 113 in the 8th. Liberty Center with 9, leaving a 6 pin down on lane 8. Wasion up on lane 7. Looks like picks up 8. Alexa now, lane 6, picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Liberty Center picks up their spare. All right, coming up to the 9th and 10th frames of the second individual games. Actually, we're finishing up the 8th frame here, looks like, at least for Napoleon and Brian. Liberty Center and Wasion are about a frame and a half behind that. Alexa misses her spare attempt on lane 6, sitting at 154 in the 8th. Brian gets all 10 to fall for a strike on lane number 5. Wasion looks like 8 on lane 7, leaving the 1-3. Avery now up for Napoleon on lane 6. Nice ball from Avery and another strike. That's now 5 in a row for Avery. Wasie up now, lane number 7. Picks up the spare. Strike for Liberty Center down on lane 8. Kendall picks up 6. Leaves a 3, 5, 6, and 9 on lane 6. Wasion getting 9, leaving a 10 pin on lane number 7. Liberty Center, lane number 8, picks up 9. Kendall picks up 2 out of the 4. So an 8 count for her. She's sitting at 160 in the 8th frame. Spare attempt for Wasion on lane number 7. And that one will fall off the right into the channel. Ariana Kiesling, lane 6. And a strike for Ari. That's now 3 in a row for Ariana Kiesling. Spare attempt, Liberty Center, lane 8. Got it. Macy on lane 5 gets off all 10 to fall for a strike in the 9th frame. Wasion picks up 7 on lane 7, leaving 3-6-10. A strike for Brian on lane number 6. Alexa up now, lane 5 for Napoleon. And a strike for Alexa. Wasion picking up 3 on lane 8. Avery up now, lane number 5. And another strike for Avery. Extends her streak to 6 strikes in a row. Brian picks up 3 out of the 4 on lane number 6. Kendall Horner up now, lane number 5. And she picks up 7, leaving the 3-6-7. Strike for Wasion on lane number 7. Brian coming in light, missing the head pin, pickup of 6, leaving the 1, 2, 8, and 10. Wasion with a strike on lane 8. Liberty Center picking up 8 on lane 7. And a spare attempt from Kendall. Won't pick up any more. So 7 count for her in the 9th, sitting at 167 in the 9th. Can still end up with a 197 if she strikes out. Ariana Kiesling now, lane number 5. And she gets 9, looks like a 10 pin left. Brian gets a strike on lane number 6. Ari now, spare attempt. Got it. Wasion, spare attempt down on lane number 8. And picks up, look like 3 out of 4 for a total of 9. And a strike for Liberty Center on lane number 7. Brian now up on lane number 6, Wasion on lane 8. Brian strikes. Wasion picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Brian up on lane 5. pick up 9. Looks like a 3-pin left. Liberty Center, lane number 7. Goes left to the head pin, picks up 6, leaves the 1, 3, 6, and 10. Macy now, lane number 6. Picks up 6, leaves the 2, 4, 5, and 7 maybe? Brian on lane 5 picks up 9 on her final ball, ends up with a looks like a 167. Macy picks up her spare. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. Liberty Center picks up 3 out of 4. Brian's second bowler starts the 10th frame with a strike. Wasion, spare attempt on lane 8, picks up the 10 pin. Looks like we've got Sophia rolling the last ball in there. 162. That was from Macy and Sophia combined. Liberty Center won't convert on lane 7. Picks up 1 out of 3. Alexa gets all 10 to fall for the strike. Like little dominoes, it just kept falling. $177 is what it looks like Brian's second bowler got. Liberty Center missed their spare opportunity on lane 8. Alexa now, second ball, 10th frame. That one goes left of the head pin, picks up 8. Looks like the 6-9 left. Brian's third bowler starts out the 10th frame with a strike. Liberty Center picks up 7 on lane 8, leaving the 1-3-9. Alexa misses her spare opportunity, ends up with 200 even. Brian's third bowler, another strike for her in the 10th frame. Liberty Center on lane 7 picks up the spare. Avery now, lane number 6, picks up 7. Looks like the 4, 5, and 7. And Brian, 3 strikes in the 10th for their third bowler. Looks like she finishes with a 194. Brian's fourth bowler starts out with a strike in the 10th. Avery picks up 1 more and finishes with a, looks like a 227 game. Yeah, 209 plus 18 should be 227. Brian picks up 8 more on her second ball. Liberty Center got 8 on her first ball down on lane 8. Kendall picks up 9 on her first ball. Looks like a 4-pin left. Or maybe a 7. Might be a 7-pin. Wasion, nice pickup there on lane 7. Last ball for the 4th Brian bowler. And she picks up 1 out of 2 to finish with a 193 game. Kendall picks up her spare. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. Wasion now, lane number 7. And it looks like 7 maybe. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Brian's last bowler up, lane number 5. Strike on lane number 5 for Brian. Kendall now, lane number 6. And gets the 7 to drop for the strike. So 187 game for Kendall Horner. Wasion now, spare attempt, lane number 7. And she won't get any additional. Brian gets a strike, so 2 strikes in the 10th. Ari up now. And Ari starts out with 9, leaving a 10-pin. Wasion picks up 9, leaves the 9-pin. Strike for Brian, 3 strikes in the 10th, and she finishes with a 249 game. Nice game for her. Ari picks up the spare on lane number 6. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. So Brian ended up with 980 for the team total. Looks like 167, 177, 194, 193, 249. Napoleon with 162. That was Macy and Sophia combined. 200 for Alexa, 217 for Avery, 187 for Kendall, and all right, Ariana is just finishing up. She's got 1 more in the 10th here. And a strike for Ari to finish it off. 205 and looks like 961 for the team total. And a split for Wasion on lane number 7. Picks up 2 out of the 3. Wasion finished up 148, I believe, on lane 8. Liberty Center starts the 10th frame with 7. leaving the 6, 9, 10. Wasion starts out with, looks like 6. Liberty Center opens on her last ball in the 10th. Okay, so 148 was the first Liberty Center bowler. 127 was the Liberty Center bowler that just finished up. The first Wasion bowler looks like, I can't make it out from here. Looks like maybe 111. Liberty Center picks up their spare. They'll get one more in the 10th. Wasion picks up 7 more. I must have been wrong. Okay, so it was. All right, Wasion is over. Scores over on this side. So Wasion's first bowler was 148. Second one, 127. Third one was 130. Strike to start the 10th frame there. Liberty Center picks up their spare. She finishes with 122. The first Liberty Center bowler was 111. Wasion, second ball, 10th frame. Picks up 8. Nine count for Liberty Center to start the 10th, leaving a 7-pin. Wasion picks up their spare. Finishes with, looks like 155 maybe. Missed opportunity by Liberty Center there. She finishes with a 112. Wasion picks up 6 on her first ball, leaving the 2, 4, 5, and 8. 8 count for Liberty Center, but it's a split, leaving the 210. I'm sorry, looked like it was 7, not 8, so there must be, it must be the 2, 8, 10. She picks up 2 of them and finishes with a 138. Wasion picked up their spare. They'll get one more in the 10th. Wauseon getting ready to bowl the last ball of the 10th frame. And she picks up 7. Finishes with 170. Liberty Center chops, picks up 1 of 2. Finishes with a 172. Can't quite make out the team totals. It looks like maybe 730 for Wauseon. I can't tell what Liberty Center's got. All right, teams will be switching lanes for the 3rd and final individual game. So Brian and Napoleon will be moving down to 7 and 8. Liberty Center and Wauseon will be going down to 3 and 4. And Tenora and Patrick Henry will be coming to 5 and 6. All right, after 2 individual games, we've still got Brian in the lead. They had a game 2 of 980. Team total 2054. Napoleon in second, 961, with a team total of 1927. Tenora in third, 776 game 2, 1465 total. Patrick Henry, 745 game 2, 1459 total. And then in fifth, we've got Wauseon with a game 2 of 730. They're at 1425, 34 pins back at the cut line. Liberty Center right there as well, 655, game 2, 1421 total, 38 pins back at the cut line. Then we've got Delta at 1226. They had a 549 game 2. Ottawa Glandorf, 546 game 2, 1124 total. Rossford 1123 total, 578 game 2, and Swanton 474 with an 855 total. So your top 4 teams again: Brian, Napoleon, Tenora, and Patrick Henry. Wauseon and Liberty Center about 35 to 40 pins back. All right, Alexa up now, lane number 8. And a strike for Alexa. First Napoleon bowler with a 9 spare. Brian picks up the spare in lane number 7. Patrick Henry misses their spare attempt down on lane 5. Avery Badenhop now, lane number 8. Avery, nice ball, leaves the 10-pin, pickup of 9. 9 count for Brian, leaving a 2-pin on lane 7. Tenora up now, lane number 6. And she looks like she picks up 6. Leaves the 2, 4, 7, and 8. Avery picks up her spare on lane number 8. Patrick Henry picks up 7, leaving the 2, 4, and 10. Brian picks up their spare on lane 7. Kendall up now, lane number 8. That one goes right of the head pin, Brooklyn side. Picks up 8, leaves the 5, 7. Tenora picks up 3 out of the 4. Brian with a strike, lane number 7. Kendall now, spare attempt. And she picks up 1 out of 2. Five count for Tenora on lane number 6. Brian with a strike on lane number 7. Airy up now, lane number 8 for Napoleon. And a 9 count, leaving 7-pin. Tenora picks up 4 out of the 5 on lane number 5. Patrick Henry now, lane number 5. Picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. Airy picks up the spare. Tenora picks up 9, leaving a 10-pin on lane 6. Brian leaving a 10-pin on lane, I'm sorry, that's Sophia. Sorry, Sophia leaving a 10-pin on lane number 7. Brian up now on lane 8. And she leaves a 7-pin. Sophia now, spare attempt, lane number 7. She's got it, nicely done. Patrick Henry picks up 9 on lane 6, leaving a 4-pin. Alexa up now for Napoleon, lane number 7. Picks up 9. No, pick up 8. Must be a sleeper in behind there. Brian picking up 9, leaving an 8-pin. Patrick Henry misses their spare attempt on lane 6. Alexa now, spare attempt, lane 7. Picks up 1 out of 2. Patrick Henry picking up 9, leaving a 6-pin. Tenora's spare attempt, lane 5, picks it up. Spare attempt from Brian down on lane 8. She's got it. Avery up now, lane number 7. That one goes a little bit high, leaves the 4-pin. Patrick Henry picking up their spare on lane 6. Brian picking up 8, leaving the 2-5 on lane 8. Tenora picking up 7, leaving the 1-2-4. Avery now spare attempt lane 7, and that one will go right by. It's an open for Avery. Brian spare attempt down on lane 8. Chops, picks up 1 of 2. Patrick Henry picking up 7 on lane 6. Tenora converts their spare. Kendall Horner with a strike just a moment ago for Napoleon. Brian picking up 8, leaving the 310 on lane 8. Nice pickup by Patrick Henry there on lane 6. Ariana now, and that one splits on her, leaving the, looks like the 210 or the 410. Brian making a nice spare conversion on the 310 there. That was on lane 8. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaves the 9 pin on lane 6. Tenora got 9 as well on her first ball, leaving a 10 pin. Ari gets the spare, nicely done on lane 7. Comes out of the gutter and takes it out. First I thought she might have cut that too thin, but it came out of the gutter and took out the 10 pin. Patrick Henry picks up their spare. Strike ball for Brian down on lane number 8. Brian also up on lane 7. 9 for them, leaving a 7 pin. Tenora missed their spare opportunity on lane number 5. For Patrick Henry, leaving the 210 on lane 6. Brian picked up the spare in lane 7. Sophia up now, lane number 8. And Sophia gets 9, leaves the 3 pin. Patrick Henry picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 6. Tenora takes aim at a 10 pin, misses on lane 5. Sophia's spare attempt on lane 8. Got it. Brian picks up 9 on lane number 7. Like the 8 pin left. Tenora picks up 7 on lane number 5, leaving the 3-6-10. Alexa up for Napoleon on lane 8. And she gets 8, leaving the 2-5. Brian spare attempt, missed opportunity on lane number 7. Tenora, lane number 6. Missed the head pin, pickup of 3. Brian, lane number 7, picks up the strike. Alexa picks up the spare on lane number 8. 9 count for Patrick Henry down on lane 5. Strike for Brian on lane number 7. Avery up now, lane number 8. And a strike for Avery. Tenora, spare attempt, lane number 6. Starts that one a little too far left. Picks up 3 more for a total of 6. Kendall picks up 8, leaving the 3-5. Brian now up on lane number 7. Gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Tenora now, lane number 6. Picks up 3. Patrick Henry gets all 10 to drop. Kendall chops, picks up 1 out of 2 for an open. Brian now, spare attempt coming on lane number 7. And that falls off to the right, so an open frame for Brian. Nice spare there for Tenora on lane 6. Ari gets 9 of them to drop, leaves the 7 pin on lane 8. Patrick Henry gets 8, leaving the 6-10 standing. That was on lane 5. Ari now, spare opportunity. She's got it. Just brushed it enough to get it to fall over. Tenora gets 9 on lane number 6, leaving a 10 pin. Sophia up now. And Sophie picks up 9, leaves the 7 pin. Brian, lane 8. Strike for Brian. Tenora, spare opportunity, lane 6. Missed inside. Sophie up, lane 7. And it stays up, picks up the spare, nicely done. Brian also picking up their spare on lane number 8. Tenora picking up, looks like 7. Patrick Henry got 9 on their first ball. Alexa gets the strike. Patrick Henry, spare attempt, picks up. That's on lane 5. Brian gets 9 on lane number 8, leaving the 5 pin. Avery Badenhop up now, lane 7. And she gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Tenora, spare attempt. Picks up 2 out of the 3 on lane 6. Patrick Henry, lane number 5. Misses the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 10, a pickup of 6. Avery now, spare attempt. And that one misses inside, so an open frame for Avery. Brian picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Strike for Tenora on lane number 6. Kendall now, lane number 7 for Napoleon. And a strike for Kendall. Brian, spare attempt, lane number 8. Got it. Tenora, I'm sorry, that's Patrick Henry picking up 6 on lane number 6. Left the 2, 4, 5, and 7. Ari now, lane number 7, and a strike for Ariana. Tenora picks up 9 on lane number 5. Leaves a 7 pin. Spare attempt from Patrick Henry on lane number 6. Got it. Brian now, lane number 8. Missed the head pin, pickup of 6. Nice ball from Brian for the strike on lane number 7. 9 count for Patrick Henry, leaving a 10 pin on lane 6. Spare attempt from Tenora down on lane number 5, missed inside. Brian now, spare attempt on lane 8. Nice pickup there by Brian. Brian now, lane 7. Pickup of 7. Moves the 6 pin around, but leaves the 6, 9, and 10. Tenora with a strike down on lane number 5. Sophie up now, lane number 8 for Napoleon. And Sophie picks up 9, leaves the 5 pin. Patrick Henry carries that for the strike on lane number 6. Brian chops, picks up 2 out of 3 on lane 7. 8 count for Tenora on lane number 5, leaving the 3, 6. Sophie picks up her spare on lane number 8. Brian gets 9 on lane 7. Patrick Henry picking up 8 on lane number 6. Alexa up now on lane number 8 for Napoleon. And she gets robbed. She ends up leaving the 8-10 on a nice looking ball. Brian picks up the spare on lane number 7. Patrick Henry converts their spare on lane 6. 8 count for Tenora down on lane number 5. Spare attempt from Alexa. Gives it a good run, but won't get any additional. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaving a 7 pin on lane 6. Brian picked up their spare. Avery picks up her strike for herself on lane number 8. That'll bring up Kendall next for Napoleon on lane 8. Nine count, leaving 3 pin. Tenora gets 9, leaving a 6-pin down on lane 5. Brian gets 9, leaving a 10-pin on lane 7. Kendall now, spare attempt. She's got it. Tenora picks up their spare on lane 5. Brian converts on lane 7. Mary now, lane 8. And a strike for Ariana. Tenora gets 8, it looks like, leaving the 1-2. Patrick Henry also looks like with 8. Nope, 7 for Patrick Henry, so that must be the not sure what that is. Sophie with a strike. That coming on the left lane, lane 7. Brian splits, leaving the 4-7-10 on lane 8. Tenora now spare attempt on lane 6. And she picks up 2 of them. Alexa Miller now, lane number 7. That one goes a little high. Pickup of 8, leaving the 6-10. Brian picks up 2 out of 3 on lane number 8, leaving the 10-pin standing. Tenora picking up 8, leaving the 4-7 on lane 6. Alexa now spare attempt, lane number 7. And she chops, but only picks up 1. So she's sitting at 83 in the 6th. Tenora picks up their spare. Patrick Henry got 9 on their first ball, left a 5-pin. Brian picks up 8, leaving the 4-7. Avery up now for Napoleon, lane 7. And a strike for Avery. So that's a double up for her. Patrick Henry now, spare attempt down on lane 5. Missed. Brian, spare attempt, lane 8. Chops, picks up 1 of 2. Tenora got 9, leaving a 10-pin. Kendall drops all 10 with that, gets a strike. Seven count for Patrick Henry, leaving the 1-2-8. Tenora picking up their spare. Ariana getting 9, leaving the 8-pin, or I'm sorry, that's, yeah, Ariana leaving the 8-pin standing. Brian with a strike down on lane number 8. Tenora picking up, looks like 8, leaving the 2-5. Ari now, spare attempt on lane 7, picks it up. Patrick Henry picking up, looks like 8, leaving the 4-7. Tenora, spare attempt, lane number 6 is successful. Brian gets 9, leaving a 7 pin on lane 8. 7 count for Brian on lane number 7, leaving the 3-5-6. Patrick Henry couldn't convert their spare on lane number 6. Strike for Tenora on lane number 6. Spare attempt from Brian, picked up on lane 8. Another spare attempt from Brian on lane 7. Also picked up. Sophie coming up now, lane number 8. Patrick Henry, looks like they got 8, leaving a 3-10. Sophie gets 9, leaving a 7 pin. Brian getting 7, leaving a split, the 6-7-10. Sophia now, spare attempt. And she misses that one. So an open for Sophia. Looks like she's sitting at 124 in the 7th. Patrick Henry gets 8 on lane number 6. Alexa gets 9, leaving a 4 pin on lane 8. Brian gets 8 and splits on lane number 7. Alexa now, spare attempt on lane 8. She's got it. We're in the 3rd and final individual game. We'll have a short intermission for lunch. We'll keep the stream going, but we'll mute the audio. When we come back, we'll have the 6 Baker game, and then the announcement of the 4 teams moving on to districts, and the 4 individuals not part of a team with the highest scores moving on to districts. So 9 count for Avery, leaving a 10 pin. Brian also leaving a 10 pin on lane number 7. Patrick Henry got 7 on their first ball, leaving the 1-2-4. Avery missed her spare attempt. She's sitting at 113 in the 7th. Strike for Tenora just a moment ago, down on lane 5. Brian converts their spare on lane 7. Kendall up now, lane number 8 for Napoleon. And Kendall gets 9, leaves a 6 pin. Patrick Henry converts their spare a moment ago on lane number 6. Tenora up, lane 5. And she picks up 9, leaving the 6 pin. Brian up now, lane number 7. And a strike for Brian. Kendall now, spare attempt on lane 9. Or I'm sorry, not lane 9. Lane 8. Picks it up. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaving a 7 pin down on lane 6. Tenora with their spare opportunity coming up on lane 5. And Tenora misses their spare. Ariana now, lane number 8 for Napoleon. And a strike for Ariana. No, I'm sorry. I missed the 10 pin. She only got 9, sorry. Got overly excited there for a minute. I thought it looked good. Sophie up, lane number 7. And she gets, looks like 9. Ari picks up her spare. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaves the 4 pin. Brian now, lane number 8. Picks up 9, leaves the 5 pin. Sophie now, spare attempt, lane number 7. And that one misses. It broke a little too hard. So an open, back-to-back opens for Sophia. Brian picked up the spare. Alexa now up on lane 7. Alexa gets 8, leaves the 4-7. Strike for Tenora down on lane number 5. Alexa now, spare attempt. Lane number 7. Oh, and it won't come out of the gutter far enough to take it out. So she gets an open frame, picks up 1 out of 2, sitting at 110. Yeah, 110 in the 8th. Avery picks up 7, leaving the 3-6-10 on lane 7. Tenora's got 6 on her first ball, leaving the 1, 2, 3, and 4. Avery picks up her spare. Actually, I think Tenora's got only 5. There must be 1 other pin back there. Brian picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Kendall up now, lane number 7. That one goes a little high, leaves the 4 pin. Tenora picks up all but 1 on lane number 6. Brian now, spare attempt. Picks up the spare on lane 8. Nine count for Tenora, leaving a 7 pin down on lane 6. Kendall picks up her spare on lane number 7. Brian picks up 5, leaving the 4, 6, 7, 9, 10 on lane number 8. Patrick Henry picks up 6 down on lane number 5. Strike for Ari on lane number 7. Tenora picks up the spare on lane number 6. Brian now, spare attempt on lane 8. Picks up 1 more. So a total of 6 in that frame for her. Nine count for Tenora, leaving a 10 pin on lane 6. Spare attempt from Patrick Henry down on lane 5. Won't get any more, so 6 count for her in the front in the 7th frame. Brian's 5th bowler up on lane number 8. Picks up 9, leaves the 5 pin. Spare attempt from Tenora. Got it. Brian gets 8.
Parents and guests, now would be a good time to get through the concession stand before the kids all get into it before you do.
Spare attempt from Brian on lane number 8. Successful. Eight count for Tenora, leaving the 5-9 on lane number 6. And Brian misses her spare opportunity there. Ends up with 8 count for the 9th frame. Sophie getting ready to bowl her 9th frame on lane number 8. And gets all 10 to fall for the strike. Nice ball from Sophie. Spare attempt from Tenora down on lane number 6. Chops, picks up 1 out of 2. Brian picks up 7, leaving the 3-6-10 on lane 7. Alexa up now for Napoleon, lane 8. And a strike for Alexa. Tenora picks up 9. That'll have to get reset. Avery gets 9, leaves a 4 pin on lane 8. Spare attempt from Brian on lane number 7. I guess it was, she got 6 on her first ball, not 7. The 9 pin was stuck back there as well. She picks up 3 out of 4. Avery now, spare attempt. She's got it. Tenora missed their spare attempt on lane 6. Seven count for Brian on lane number 7. Kendall picks up 7, leaving the 3-5-6. Tenora picks up 5, it looks like, on lane 5. Patrick Henry now picks up 9, leaves 7 pin. Kendall picks up 2 out of 3 for an open frame. Sitting at 142 in the 9th. Brian picks up a strike on lane 7. Spare for Patrick Henry on lane number 6. Area up, lane number 8. And that leaves a 7-10 split. Tenora picks up their spare on lane number 5. Brian picks up a strike on lane 7. 7 count for Patrick Henry on lane 6, leaving the 3-5-6. Excuse me. Nine count for Tenora down on lane 5. Sophia up for her 10th frame. And another strike for Sophia. That's a double up for her. Brian gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. Tenora picks up their spare on lane number 5. Brian now, spare attempt, lane 8. Got it. Patrick Henry picks up 9 on lane number 6, leaving a 5-pin. Sophia picks up 9, leaves a 5-pin on lane 7. Tenora picks up 9, leaves the 7-pin on lane number 5. Brian picks up 9 more, and their first bowler finishes with a 167. Patrick Henry misses their spare attempt. Sophie up for hers on lane 7. And she's got it. So Sophie finishes up with what it looks like a 162. Brian starts out, their second bowler starts out the 10th frame with 9, leaving a 10-pin. Brings Alexa up on lane 7. And she gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane 6. Brian picks up their spare, I'm sorry, Brian missed their spare opportunity. Looks like a 117 for their second bowler. And Alexa misses her spare opportunity. Alexa with a 138. Avery starts out with 8, leaving the 4-7. Brian's third bowler started out with a strike, 9 on her second ball. Avery picks up the spare. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. Patrick Henry picks up the spare on lane number 6. Brian picks up the spare. Looks like a 160 for her. Avery with a strike on her final ball. Looks like a 170. 170 for Avery. Tenora picks up 2 out of 4 on lane 5. Kendall up. And Kendall with a nice ball for a strike to start the 10th frame. Brian gets 9, leaves a 10-pin. Tenora looks like a 6 count. 1, 3, 6, and 9. Brian, spare attempt, picks it up. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. Kendall now, second ball, 10th frame. Gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. Tenora, spare attempt. Started that one too far left. Ends up with a 6 count in the 9th frame. Kendall now won't pick up anymore. Looks like a 164 for Kendall. Brian's 5th bowler up, starts out with 9, leaves a 10 pin. Looks like Brian's 4th bowler. I want to say that's a 189. Ariana starts out with 7, leaving the 4, 7, and 9. Brian, spare attempt, picks up the 10 pin. Ari hoping to make something happen here. Nice pickup from Ariana Kiesling. Cuts that 4 pin thin and slides it over into the 9. So she'll get 1 more ball in the 10th. Strike for Tenora on lane number 6. Ari now, last ball. And 9 more. I want to say that's a 192 for Ariana. And Brian picks up 9 more. And I believe that's a 194 for Brian's 5th bowler. Can't quite make out the team scores. We'll have those for you momentarily. Patrick Henry picks up 6. Leave the 1, 3, 6, and 10. Tenora now, spare attempt, lane 6. And she'll open in the 9th frame. Patrick Henry picks up 3 out of the 4 on the lane number 5. Tenora picks up 7, leaving the 3, 6, 10. That's on lane 6. Patrick Henry up on lane number 5, misses the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 10, a pickup of 6. And a chop from Tenora, picking up 1 out of the 3. All right, Patrick Henry up to start the 10th frame on lane 6. And she gets all 10 to fall for the strike. Patrick Henry, spare attempt on lane 5. Picks up 2 out of the 4. So an 8 count. Patrick Henry, second ball, 10th frame, lane number 6. Picks up 8, leaving the 1-3. Tenora up on lane 5. And she'll pick up, looks like maybe 4 to start the 10th. Patrick Henry, last ball, 10th frame for her. Picks up her spare. Looks like a 152 game. Patrick Henry's second bowler, 10th frame. Picks up 7. Leaving the 136. Tenora's bowler ends up with 99. Patrick Henry picks up 1 more for a total of 8. Finishes at 124, I think. Tenora gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 6. Tenora, spare attempt, and it doesn't hold on. $153, I believe. So Patrick Henry picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more in the 10th. Patrick Henry's last ball, 10th frame. Picks up 9 more. So 141 for her. Tenora up now, lane number 5. Starts out with a strike. Patrick Henry's 4th bowler up now, lane number 6. Picks up 6, leaves the 136.10. Tenora's 3rd bowler, 2nd ball, 10th frame. And another strike for Tenora. Nice pickup by Patrick Henry. They'll get 1 more in the 10th. All right, Tenora ready to bowl. They'll bowl their last ball in the 10th frame. Picks up 7 more for a 1 149. So a strike for the Patrick Henry bowler. That gives them a 160. Patrick Henry's 5th and final bowler, starting in their 10th frame. Starts out with 8, leaving the 310 on lane 6. Tenora, 4th bowler. Starts out with 9, leaving the 6 pin. Patrick Henry, spare attempt. Got it. Nice pickup there. She'll get one more. And 9 more for Patrick Henry gives her a 121. Tenora picks up their spare. They'll get one more in the 10th. Sitting at 111 now, plus this next ball. Looks like picks up 7 more. So ends with a 118. Tenora's last bowler starts out with 9, leaves the 7 pin. Spare attempt. Got it. So one more. Last ball from Tenora. And picks up 9 more. So I believe that's a 169.
Right, we'll get back to Baker starting at 3:35.
So 3:45, about 25 minutes from now. All right, they should have the scores for the last couple of teams that finished up here in the next few minutes, and then I'll give you guys a rundown on the team standings after 3 games. So we'll be back in just a minute. All right, after 3 games, we've got Brian still in the lead. They had an 8-27 game 3, 28-81 total. Napoleon still holding strong at second. They had a game 3 of 8-43, 27-70 total. Wasion is in third with 749. They had a 21-74 total. Patrick Henry is in fourth. 698 was their game 3 total, 21-57 total. Tenora just below the cut line. They had a game 3 of 689, sitting at 21-54, three pins back of the cut line. Liberty Center also chomping at the cut line's heels. They had a game 3 of 727, 21-48. They're 9 pins back of the cut line. Then we have Delta, 662 game 3, 1888. They're 269 pins back. Rossford, game 3 was 606, 1729. Ottawa Glandorf is in ninth. They had a 527 game 3, 1651 total. And then Swanton, 432 game 3 and 1287. So your top 4 are Brian, Napoleon, Wasion, and Patrick Henry, with Tenora and Liberty Center very, very close. All right, so we'll be back at about quarter till. Give everybody a chance to get something to eat. And we can do a rundown of the scores one more time before the bakers get started. All right, we'll run down the individual. We've got Zoe Gillette is in first place with or I should say has the high series of 698. She had games of 255, 249, 194. Ariana Kiesling from Napoleon, 218, 205, 192 for a 615 total. Emma Leonard from Swanton, 194, 217, 199 for a 610 total. Haley Federspiel from Bryan, 210, 193, 189 for a 592 series. Avery Badenhop from Napoleon, 188, 217, 170 for a 575 series. Alexa Miller from Napoleon, 225, 200, 138 for a 563 series. Meadow Goebel from Bryan, 218, 167, 167 for a 552 total. Kendall Horner from Napoleon, 204, 187, 161 for a 552. Ruth Schelt from Wasion, 147, 155, 240 for a 542 series. And Ashley Grimmen-Perez from Bryan, 187, 194, 160 for a 541 series. So those are your top 10. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be the individual qualifiers, but those are just the top 10 from the individual totals.
right, just a reminder that there will be no practice shots. You're going to go right into your bowling. All right, your lanes are on. I haven't heard any cheers yet. Let's go.
All right. So we're just getting ready to get underway with the 6 Baker games. Quick rundown. We got Brian in the lead at 28.81. Napoleon 27.70. So about 111 pins back of Brian. Wasion at 21.74. Patrick Henry 21.57. Tenora at 21.54, 3 pins back of the cut line. Liberty Center 21.48, 9 pins back of the cut line. Then we got Delta at 18.88, Rossford, Ottawa Glandorf, and Swanton. So Sophia Kors starts things out for us, gets 9. Looks like a 10-pin left. Brian splits, leaving the 7-10 on their second, or I'm sorry, they're in the 3rd frame already. They started with a 9 open, a strike, and now the 8 count. Sophia, spare attempt now. Just misses. Brian, spare attempt. Won't get any additional, so an 8 count for them in the 3rd. Liberty Center with a 9 spare to start things out in this first Baker game. Eight count for Macy, leaving the 6-10. Eight count for Brian. Looks like 3-6 down there. Macy now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Liberty Center with 8 on their first ball, left the 4-10. Brian picks up their spare. Avery will be next up for Napoleon. Lane number 4. And all of them go down for the strike. First 8 went down, then the 7-pin went down, and finally the 4-pin went down. Brian up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Brian. Kendall gets 9 on her first ball, leaves a 7-pin. Brian with a back-to-back strike there. Kendall now, spare attempt, lane number 4, picks it up. Brian picking up 7, but it splits on him. Looks like maybe the 4, 6, 7. Nine count for Airy, leaving the 7 pin. Lane number 4. 9 count for Liberty Center on lane 5, leaving a 10 pin. Airy, spare attempt, picks it up on lane 4. Brian picks up 1 more for a total of 8. Liberty Center missed their spare attempt on lane 5. Make sure you guys can hear me still. If you can give me another thumbs up in the chat. And a split for Sophia, pickup of 7. Looks like the 4, 7, and 10. Strike for Liberty Center there on lane number 5. Sophia now, spare attempt, picks up 1 out of the 3, so an 8 count for her. Brian picks up a few more for a total of 8. That's in the 8th frame. Macy up now, lane number 4. That one goes left of the head pin. Pickup of 6. 9 count for Brian in the 9th frame to start on the first ball. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaves the 210. Brian picks up their spare. Macy now, spare attempt, lane number 4. And she picks up 3 out of the 4. Brian splitting, leaving the 4, 7, and 10. Avery with a strike. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 5. Brian, spare attempt, lane 3, picks up 1 out of the 3. Brian with a 142 in their first Baker game. Kendall picks up 8. But splits on her, looks like the 7-9. There's a scoring correction, so it's only going to be 141, not 142. Kendall just misses. All right, area up now for Napoleon, 10th frame. This is Baker game 1 of 6. And a strike to start things off. Liberty Center with 7. Liberty Center finishes with a 167. Airy with another strike. Up, last ball, 10th frame. And 9 more for Airy. So it looks like a 157 Baker game 1. All right, so the Brian and Napoleon girls will switch lanes. So Brian will be on lane 4 this time, Napoleon on lane 3, and they'll switch back and forth for the entirety of the 6 Baker games. All right, Brenna up first for Napoleon. And she comes in light, misses the head pin, leaves the 1-3-6-7. Ryan starts things off with a strike. Looks like 123 for Wasion, 167 for Liberty Center. Brenna picks up 3 out of the 4. Brian picks up 9 on their first ball. Looks like a 9-pin left. Lily Light in for Napoleon. And she picks up 8 on her first ball, leaves the 6-10. Brian did pick up their spare. Brian picking up 9, looks like a 6-pin left. Lily, spare attempt. And she won't get any additional, so 8 count for Napoleon. Avery Badenhop up in the 3rd spot. And Avery gets 9, leaves a 10-pin. So they moved it enough that it got swept, so it'll have to get reset. Brian picked up their spare on lane number 4. Wasion with their spare attempt. Picks up 7 more for a total of 8. Brian up now, lane number 4. Picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Avery did not pick up her spare attempt. Kendall's up, picks up 8, I think. Brian picks up their spare. It's on lane 4. Kendall picks up 1 out of 2. I'm sorry, that was a spare. I thought she had 2 there, but it was just the 1, so it didn't. She did pick up the spare. Wasion gets 9 on their first ball, leaves a 5-pin. Brian with a strike on lane number 4. Ari up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Ari. Wasion, spare attempt, lane number 5. Got it. Brian up now, lane number 4. And looks like 6, or looks like 7 maybe. 9 for Brenna, leaving a 10-pin. So it looks like the 2-7-8 left for Brian. Wasion picks up 8 on her first ball. Brenna now spare attempt, lane number 3. Got it. Wasion, spare attempt, lane 5. Picks up 1 of 2. Lily now, lane 3. And Lily gets 9, it looks like, leaves a 7-pin. Wasion picks up 8, leaves a 6-10 on lane 5. Brian now, spare attempt, picks it up, nice pickup. And Lily won't convert the spare, so an open for Napoleon. Wasion picks up their spare. Avery up now. Lane number 3 for Napoleon. Pickup of 8, leaving the 3-10. Brian picked up 9 on their first ball. Looks like a 2-pin left. Avery picks up 1 out of the 2. So another open for Napoleon. Brian missed their spare opportunity on lane number 5 or lane number 4. Kendall up now for Napoleon, lane 3. Gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Brian splits, leaves the 4-7-10. Wasion picks up their spare over on lane number 5. Kendall now, spare attempt. And she missed it. Brian doesn't get any additional. Ariana up now. And she gets 9. Brian gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Ari, spare attempt. Got it. Ari, last ball, 10th frame. And a strike for Ari. All right, and a 132 for Napoleon in the second Baker game. All right, Brian up, 10th frame. Nine count, leaves the 10 pin. Wasion with a strike on lane number 5. Brian up for a spare attempt here on lane number 6. And she gets it. So one more in the 10th. See, they're sitting at 151 plus the next ball. Wasion picks up 8, leaves the, looks like the 2-7. Oh, maybe not the 2-7. Can't tell from here, maybe. All right, so Brian was 141 and 156. Liberty Center was 167, 157. Napoleon 157, 132. Patrick Henry was 181, 141. And Tenora was 140 and 110. We're waiting on scores from the other end. And there's a strike for Brian over on lane number 3. Nine count for Brenna. Looks like a 7-pin on lane 4. Brian with another strike. Back-to-back strikes for Brian. Brenna, spare attempt. And that one comes out of the gutter, so they'll have to correct that one. Nine count for Brian on lane 3. Alexa up now for Napoleon, lane 4. And 9 count, leaves the 10-pin. Brian picks up their spare. Alexa now, spare attempt on lane 4. Got it. Brian picks up 9, leaves the 7-pin. Sophia up, lane number 4 for Napoleon. She gets 8, leaves the 4-7. Brian now spare attempt, picks up the 7-pin. Nine count for Liberty Center, leaving the 7-pin. Sophia, spare attempt, got it. Brian gets a strike there. Kendall up now, lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare in lane 5. Yeah, strike for Kendall. Strike for Brian, back to back. Looks like 7 for Liberty Center. The 139. Area up on lane 4. Comes in a little light. Looks like the 1-2 left. Brian gets 6, leaves the 1-2-4-10. Liberty Center picks up their spare. And Airy Chops picks up 1 of the 2. Brian picks up 3 out of the 4 on lane number 3. Brenna up 6th frame. And a strike for Brenna. Liberty Center gets all 10 to fall for a strike. Brian with a strike. Alexa now, lane number 4. That one goes left side, pickup of 9. 9 count also so for Brian, leaving looks like the 2-pin. Liberty Center, looks like a strike for them. Back-to-back strikes. Brian picks up their spare. Alexa now, her spare attempt. Got it. Liberty Center. Looks like either 8, looks like 8. I think that's a 2-8 down there. Brian now, lane 3. Strike for Brian. Start the 10th frame. No, this is Sophia. Sophia up now, lane 4. And she gets 9, looks like the 5-pin left. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Brian up lane number 3. And she splits 6, 7, 10. Sophie up now, spare attempt. Got it. She'll get. Brian now. Last ball, 10th frame. Picks up 2 out of the 3. And looks like a 2-0-1 in the 3rd Baker game. 9 count for Kendall, leaving the 7-pin. Liberty Center got 7 on their first ball. Kendall picks up her spare. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of 3. Airy up now, lane number 4. And she picks up 7, leaving the 2-8-10. Nine count for Liberty Center. Looks like a 3-pin left. Airy spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3. So 159, game 3. So we're halfway through the Baker games here.
$1.50 hot dogs and $2 turkey sandwiches while they last.
All right, Brenna up now, lane number 3. And Brenna picks up, I want to say 3. Strike for Brian on lane number 4. Brian with another strike on lane number 4. Liberty Center with 2 strikes in the 10th. Looks like 173 for Liberty Center in the 3rd Baker game. So it looks like Brenna picked up 3 more for a total of 6. Alexa up now, lane number 2. And picks up 7, maybe 8. Looks like 8, leaving the 3-6. Brian picks up 9 in the 4th frame after starting off with 3 strikes in a row. Alexa picks up the spare. Brian picks up their spare. Harry gets 9, leaves the 9 pin. I'm sorry, that's Sophie. I see the ponytail. I can't see if they're bowling left or right-handed. Sophia now, spare attempt. Got it. On spare attempt, lane number 5. Missed inside. Brian, spare attempt here. Picks it up. Lane number 4. Ariana now. Spare attempt, lane number 3. Got it. Brian up now, lane number 4. Gets all 10 to go down for the strike. Kendall up now in the number 5 spot. Gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. It's 8 count for Brian on lane number 4, leaving the 2-7. Kendall picks up her spare on lane 3. Wasion with a strike a moment ago on lane number 5. Wasion gets 8, leaving the 4-7. Spare attempt from Brian. Picks up 1 of 2 in lane 4. Brenna up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. And she picks up 8, leaving the 2-7. Brian with a strike, coming in the 8th frame. Brenna now, spare attempt, lane number 3. Picks up 1 out of 2. Wasion with a 9 count there, leaving a 10 pin. Wasion with back-to-back strikes in the 8th and 9th frames. Alexa now up on lane number 3 for Napoleon. And a strike for Alexa. Sophie up now, lane number 3. And Sophie gets 8, leaves the 6-10. 9 count for Brian, leaving the 10 pin. That's to start the 10th frame, Baker game number 4. Sophia now, spare attempt. And she picks up 1 out of the 2. Wasion picks up 8, leaving the 6-10 on lane 5. Ari picks up 7, leaving a split to 4-6-7. Brian picks up their spare. So we get 1 more in the 10th. Ari picks up 1 out of the 3. Wasion, spare attempt, lane number 5. Got it. Brian, last ball, 4th Baker game. Picks up 6 more. Looks like a 210. 210 for Brian. Kendall started out 10th frame with a strike, it looks like. 7 more there. Wasion gets all but 1 on lane number 5. Kendall picks up her spare. $147 for Napoleon, Baker game number 4. All right, 4 Baker games down, 2 more to go. Coaches look like they're having a little word with the girls. Brian starts things out with a strike. Wasion with a strike on lane number 5. Brian with back-to-back strikes. Macy comes into the pocket late. Looks like a pickup of 6. Brian gets 9 on the first ball of the 3rd frame. Macy now, spare attempt. Got it. Brian picks up their spare. Alexa up now for Napoleon. And that one way left. Pickup of 4. Alexa picks up the spare. Brian, lane number 3, pickup of 9. Sophia up now, lane number 4. Pickup of 9. Looks like 6 pin left. Brian up now, lane number 3. Picks up the spare. Sophie up, spare attempt, misses. Brian picks up 7, leaves the 2, 4, and 7. Airy up now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. $155 for Wasion. $191 for Liberty Center, I believe. Airy picks up 9 on her first ball. Brian with a strike, I believe. Airy picks up her spare. Brings up Kendall for the 5th frame. Kendall gets 9, leaves the 7-pin. Oh, it wasn't a strike. It was a 7 spare for Brian. That was a strike for, or no, that wasn't a strike. That was a 9 count for Brian. Dropped a 7-pin. Kendall now taking aim at the 7-pin. And another open frame for Napoleon in the 5th. And Brian picks up their spare. Macy, that one goes high. Ends up picking up 6, leaving the 3, 6, 7, and 10. Nine count for Brian, leaving a 10-pin. Macy, spare attempt here. Picks up 3 out of the 4. Brian picks up their spare. Alexa up now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. Strike for Alexa. Brian picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Liberty Center picks up all but 1 on lane number 5. Sophia up now, lane number 4. Picks up 7, leaves the 2, 7, 8. Sophia now, spare attempt, lane number 4. Got it. Nice pickup from Sophie. Brian now, lane number 3. Picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Aries on the approach. Ariana drops all 10 for the strike. Brian now, spare attempt, lane 3. she's got it. She'll get one more in the 10th. Kendall starting the 10th frame. Picks up 7. And back-to-back strikes for Liberty Center on lane number 5. 9 count for Brian. $189 for Brian. Hang on, it looks like they might be doing a scoring change. So 188 for Brian. Is it 189? $147 for Napoleon. All right, last Baker game coming up for the Lady Cats. Lily Light starts us out with a strike. Brian starts out with 7. Looks like it's the 1-2-8. Nine count for Avery, leaving a 10 pin. Brian chops, picks up 1 out of 3. Avery now, spare attempt. And that misses, so an open frame for Napoleon. Brian goes left side. Brooklyn strike. Sophia up now, lane number 3. And Sophia pick up 8. Looks like that might be the 5-6 left. Brian picks up 9. Looks like a 4-pin left. Liberty Center picks up the spare on lane number 5. Spare attempt from Sophia, picks up 1 out of 2. Brian misses the spare. That coming on lane 4. Ari up now for Napoleon. Strike for Ariana. Brian picks up 8, leaves us 4-7. Kendall Horner up now. Picks up 9, leaves a 2-pin. Nine count for Liberty Center. Looks like 176 maybe for Wasion. Kendall now, spare attempt. Got it. And a missed spare opportunity by Liberty Center. Looks like 130 something, 139. Lily up now for Napoleon. And she picks up 9. Brian now, looks like 5th frame. And a strike for Brian. Lily now, spare attempt, lane 3. Picks up the spare. Avery picks up, looks like 9, leaves 10-pin. Brian gets 6, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 10. Wasion picks up a few more for a total of 8. Avery missed her spare attempt there. Brian up now, lane number 4, spare attempt. Nice pickup by Brian. Sophia up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. And all 10 go down for the strike. Ari up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. Pickup of 9. Looks like an 8-pin left. Spare attempt from Brian, lane number 4. And they miss a spare. Ariana now, spare attempt. Got it. Strike for Brian over on lane 4. Kendall up now for Napoleon, 10th frame. This is Baker game number 6. And she picks up 8, leaving the 4-7. Wauseon missed their spare attempt. Kendall now, spare attempt, lane 3. 9 count for Brian, or I'm sorry, 8 count for Brian on lane 4. Kendall picked up her spare. She'll get one more in the 10th. Nine count for Wauseon. Left 10 pin on lane 5. Kendall now, last ball, 10th frame. And a strike for Kendall to end things. .162 in Baker game number 6. So 904 for Baker total, 2770 for his regulation, so 3674 overall. They average 150.66 in the Bakers. And 174.95 for the day. Brian got 8 on the first ball, 10th frame. Looks like maybe the 4-9. And she won't convert it. .150 for Baker game 6. So Brian had 1047 in the Bakers, 2881 in regulation for a 3928. All right, so we'll let you guys just watch the end of the last Baker game here with Wauseon, Liberty Center, Tenora, and Patrick Henry. When we get the scores in, I'll give you the updates, and we'll now make the announcements on who's moving to districts. just about ready to read the results. So.
All right, we got results. Let's see district do that. All right, we'll start off with the teams, and we don't have Evergreen on there, I'm sorry. They would be in 11th place, but in 10th place with a 1287 would be Swanton. In 9th place with a 2411, Rossford.
Rossford in 9th, 2411. Swanton and Evergreen didn't have enough girls.
With a 2450, Iowa Glandorf.
Iowa Glandorf in 8th, 2450.
In 7th place with a 2652, Delta.
Delta 2652 in 7th.
In 6th place with a 2987, Tenora.
Tenora 2987, 98 pins back of the cut line.
With a 3006, Wauseon.
Wauseon in 5th, 3006, 79 pins back.
Top 4 teams that will be advancing to district tournament this coming Friday at 10 a.m. Interstate Lanes. In 4th place with a 3085, Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry, 3085. They had a 928 Baker total.
3rd place with a 3107, Liberty Center.
Liberty Center, 3107. They had a 959 Baker total.
2nd place with a 3674, Napoleon.
Napoleon, 3674 with a 905 Baker total.
And in 1st place with a 3928, averaging, I think, 214 or something like that. Nice bowling girls, Brian.
Brian, 3928. They had a Baker total of 1047. And those are your 4 teams advancing on the districts. Brian, Napoleon, Liberty Center, and Patrick Henry.
With a 698. But getting beyond that, let's get to advancing as an individual to the district tournament. In 1st place, advancing is Emma Leonard from Swanton with a 610.
Emma Leonard from Swanton with a 610 is the first individual advancer, not part of a team that advanced.
542, we have Ruth Schelt.
Ruth Schelt from Wauseon, 542 is the second individual qualifier.
Next, we have from Wauseon also Kimberly Yoakum. With
Kimberly Yoakum, also from Wauseon, a 520, advancing as an individual qualifier.
Qualifier advancing to Interstate Lanes on Friday will be Paige Weber.
Paige Weber from Tenora with a 504 as the last qualifier. As we went through, Ariana Kiesling was in 2nd with a 615 series. Avery Badenhop in 5th with a 575. Alexa Miller was right behind her at 6th with a 563. Kendall Horner had a 552 in 7th. And then I think those are the only Napoleon members that bowled all 3 games. So both boys and girls advancing on to districts. Boys will be Thursday, 10 o'clock of this week. Girls will be Friday, 10 o'clock of this week. We'll work on getting the placeholders in place for the live streams. We will be live streaming both of them. Just want to make sure I go through and make sure I've got all the teams that will be there as part of the qualifiers from the different sectionals. So not all of them had been posted yet, so work on getting those up to date. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. All the comments in the live stream. Appreciate it. Have a good week. Hopefully weather stays good and we don't have to worry about any rescheduling on the district side. And we'll end this as we always do. Go Wildcats.
$10 each.